public so people can go on here. Your channel. I'm up to 903. Nice. So we got a couple more subscribers during the day today. Alright, I am in Wilmington. And got the name of this town. It starts with a W, I know that. I want to say it's Wilmington. Let's figure it out. Wilmington doesn't sound right. Oh, it is Wilmington. Okay. Two or something. That would make you public, so you guys can actually watch. Alright, now alright, get me a bite to eat here. Got me some Charlie's subs, or Charlie's steak sub, whatever. Just something quick, you know, quick and easy for me. I don't eat much anyway, so. Hey, what's up, Tom? I'm gonna have me a Charlie's steak sub here before I get rolling. What's up, James? James, I'm going to take a wild guess. This particular half of my shift, now I'm going to run out what hours I have and then take a 2-hour break, also nap, and then finish the rest of my shift on the second stream. I think this stream is going to probably end somewhere not far from where you're at. I don't know for sure. I got 6:45 to work with, so 6 times 70 is 420. And then add 45, that's 465. So my mathematical limit will be 465 miles before I have to stop. Sorry guys, I'm not usually big on eating in front of a camera, but so you guys maybe entertain yourselves watching me eat or stare at a bunch of trucks parked across the lane doing nothing. This is better than nothing. Just trying to make good use of my time management here. Can't wait for this crap to go away. and cheese sandwich dinner. Come on, James. You can do better than that. You can do better than Taco Bell and McDonald's, too. That should be good enough for now. I'm a light eater too. That was a small sub from Charlie's, and I ate a little more than half of it before I said I'm good to go. Make sure I have the important stuff here. That's just starting to run a little on the lower side now. I'm gonna have to grab another box out of there and get it ready pretty soon. Alright, get this set up, get ready to roll. Yeah, I might actually snack on bits of that still on the way down. Get my reefer status check taken care of real quick. 609. Yes. Thanks, jerk. Okay, that's seal number. Try to memorize it. That's right. Sometimes I memorize seal numbers very quickly, and sometimes I don't. Be making a left here because I'm in a slanted spot. And the street to the freeway for those of you guys who weren't watching me earlier when I got here. Making a left turn over here, and there'll be a driveway going out onto the access road. Clear over here on both sides. So we come back down this road and hang a right where the scale is. Go straight down that lane right there, and that'll take me right to the exit. And I'm in Wilmington, Illinois, off I-55, not too far south of I-80. For anybody who wants to get an idea, more or less where I'm at. good practice to not shine your headlights at other trucks when they're trying to back. So I turned my headlights off while I was pointing at him. Once I realized he was going to back into that spot, he's a bobtail, but still. That begs the question, if he's bobtail, why is he not parking over here? There's a bobtail spot open right here. Unless he just doesn't know there's bobtail parking here. Or I didn't notice that there's a trailer in the spot he's backing into. That's actually one of the things I'll do on the rare cases where I'm bobtail. I'll try not to park in regular truck spots if I can avoid it, but if I absolutely have to, I'll actually consider parking right in front of some drop trailer, depending on what time of day it is. And if I see as long as I don't see a bobtail that looks like it belongs to the trailer at the shop or whatever, if there is one, I won't hook up to the trailer, just park in front of it so I'm out of the way, so I'm not taking up a space that somebody else could be using that needs it. And the other thing that's good courtesy with bobtails is to back all the way in. And if you're going to back into one of those kind of spots, back all the way in and then let another bobtail park in front of you. And then whoever has to leave first, you guys make contact with each other and ask whoever's already in the spot, hey, can I park here with you? And what time are you leaving? And would it be possible for me to park behind you so I'm not taking up someone's spot for somebody else? And you can still leave whenever you want to. That's old. I guess I would call it old school mentality or old-fashioned courtesy for your fellow trucker. I'm not gonna keep doing 60 miles an hour, you bastards. You guys need to bring the speed limit up to 70. But 70 for everybody else. down to probably somewhere around Stratford or somewhere down that way. I don't know. Maybe even earlier, maybe even further east than that. I don't know yet. Why are you in such a hurry to signal right lane change there, Old Dominion? There's not a damn soul in sight behind us. Okay, there's one truck behind us, but he's a quarter mile back and in my lane. No need to be in that big a hurry to come back in front of me. Shift at our yard. I don't think there'll be anything that can stop me from making it there. It's going to be a pretty good long shift though, 650 miles total. Should be about 10 hours or so of drive time. Maybe a touch more, I don't know. But imagine, yeah, it should be right around 10 hours drive time. Of course, the longer I have to keep staying at stupid 60 mile, near the 60 mile an hour bullshit truck speed limit, the more difficult that's going to be. I don't normally speed unless I have a real reason to. Most of the time, I say I don't have a really good enough reason to want to speed. Black Horse Terriers. You guys probably coming from the Aldi warehouse. The speed limit in your area? I couldn't tell you. Probably 55 because you live in Sacramento. Well, at least for trucks. Now it's 70 for normal traffic and then 60 for trucks. Why there's a split at all here, I don't know. It's ridiculous. Statewide, this truck speed limit is 55. Doesn't matter what the speed limit is anywhere for anybody else in the state. For us, the max we can go anywhere in the state of California legally is 55. And they are trying to get it raised to 65, but it's been sat in limbo for so long, over actually a whole year now. I gotta double check what's going on, see if they have any more hearings scheduled that might cover it. Hey there. 65 statewide out, except in urban areas. So anywhere in the entire state of California that is rural, and where the speed limit is 70 for most traffic, they're gonna, if it passes, it'll get raised to 65 for trucks, which I think is a lot better idea than what we have now. 15 mile an hour split speed limit between regular traffic and trucks is way too much. Even 10 miles an hour I think is too much. I don't even think 5 mile an hour split's necessary, but then again, we got too many inexperienced truckers out here who don't know how to drive like professionals, so they're getting idiots like them to ruin it for us. To bring it up to 65, that would be a lot nicer, because then when all those times I go across I-40 between Lake Havasu and Barstow, I can legally do 65 for that all the way across then, and I'd be able to get through there a lot faster. But if you just think about it, from 55 to 65, that's a 10 mile an hour difference over 155 miles. That's about 15-16 minute difference in how long it takes to get from the Colorado River to Barstow. What do you mean? I'm not getting the context of what you're saying there. Oh, look, you still having issues with Chloe and homework and all that? What's going on? Della, you threw me out there because we were talking in the context of speed limits. I didn't care about what cities or towns or whatever in between the two. And when you started talking about not really the incorporated areas or whatever in between, I thought you were talking about speed limit. Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Once you're out of the Sacramento area, basically anywhere where the speed limit is 70 miles an hour, you can pretty much consider it a rural area. Rural enough where trucks will be able to do 65 if that law passes. Yeah, 75 would be nice. I think they'd even be wise to make it 75 or statewide too in the rural zones, like even on I-40 and I-15, even I-10. that was the same one I came up that last time I was up here. Yeah, when I went up to the TA in Morris, came up Highway 47. I went right past the slopes. updated a couple weeks ago, and I only really tried to do the 2020 line. Didn't have any problems there, but yeah, I could probably have still read the 2013 line. Whenever I get my routine physicals done in the Air Force, I'd always test it 2013. I will admit it's extremely difficult at times, especially if you have longer stuff. It might help more if you just say one sentence and then stop and then say something else in a new message. Because there are times when you have stuff that looks like it's supposed to be like 3 sentences long or something, and then it all looks like one rambly run-on sentence that's very difficult to read on my end. Turkey or Italy or wherever else. You gotta relate to this one. Like when you'd call, when you'd patch over to, maybe I might patch over from, like when I was in Italy. This is before we had cell phones, of course. Because nobody really had cell phones until or at least mobile cell phones. They had car phones, but no, not handheld cell phones that you can walk around with wherever you want. started to really get them at all. And early 2000s, before they started to become more widespread used. But yeah, I'd make a morale phone call to my parents or sisters or whatever from Aviano, Italy, and they lived in Barstow. So what I would do is I'd call over to the base operator at the Marine Corps Logistics Base there in Barstow, and then they would patch me out to the local area phone number where my family was at. Every time I talked to them that way, I'd always hear an echo through the phone. Every time. And it'd always be like about a second after the actual words have been said. It's like, oh my God, this is nuts. Still over 200 miles from St. Louis. We'd scoot around with coworkers a lot by doing that. your organizational hats were yellow? Really, dude? You moved over because I came back over and I gave you that much space already? You're an idiot. Unless you're just moving way early for that cop up there, which I don't know about. I think he's just one of those dipshits who can't handle being within a couple 100 feet of another truck that's already going faster than him.
Doesn't look like it'll be much. I can't see enough of it.
patrolling in the area, though. Heading toward Wilmington, Illinois at the moment, by the way. our yard all day tomorrow after I get there. Maybe 11 or 12. Late morning. Once I'm there, I don't deliver in Oklahoma City until the following day at about, I think it was 11 or something like that. So I'll figure I'll leave our yard about 8 o'clock the following morning. Fine. Yeah, as long as I'm awake, it's, of important thing is you got the high school diploma regardless. North to Rockford, 2 miles away. Rockford's up way off where 39 and 88 meet up. I-39 and I-88, north of I-80. When I get to St. Louis, then it'll take me right around 2.5 hours to get down to 0 mile marker at 0. That'll leave me about K-rail and everything too. It was bad. My trainee and I were actually at that TA in the middle of switching seats. I had just finished driving, and then she was actually just finished doing her pre-trip, and we're just about ready to pull out of our parking spot when it happened. And we heard the CB going all crazy with chatter about how it just happened, and we ended up getting on the freeway, literally right behind the fire department. As far as I could tell, the only vehicle involved was the truck. I don't know if there was somebody else involved, but that's all that appeared to be involved. And since it veered over like that, and the traffic conditions were not such that he would have had to swerve to avoid slowing traffic or anything like that. It was light enough where it should have been able to just flow freely. So it kind of gave me the impression that either tire, left steer tire blew out and he handled it improperly, or he had a mechanical failure of some sort that forced him that direction. That's one of those perfect examples there, though. Don't camp out next to other traffic. I don't care if it's another car or another truck. Leave space around on all sides of you whenever possible. That way, if something does happen, you have space to react with. Don't spend any more time than absolutely necessary next to any other vehicle when you're driving. That's the best way to drive defensively. Imagine if there was a car maybe driving next to that truck on its left side, and just assume that it was a steer tire blowout. I don't know for sure, but let's assume that that's what I believe is the case based on what I saw. I couldn't see the steer tire, and after it had hit the wall like it did, I imagine it would have flapped either way. So. Imagine being right on the left side of a truck that blows a tire like that, and then the driver decides to hit the brakes. They're going to go veering right into you, and guess what? You're going to get sandwiched right between them and the wall. They're going to hit the wall anyway, and you're going to be crushed. Don't be next to them. Or don't be next to us. And don't be next to other cars either. Cars can do the same thing. Why we have by then the only way to learn is, you might end up in jail because of vehicular manslaughter or something if you, I was just being stupid. I was just speeding. But if you have an accident with somebody else and that somebody else dies and it's, and they find out you're speeding, they give you a ticket for speeding, and they also find out that your speed had a significant role in the accident, yep, your ass is going to jail. You might not think it's possible, but yes, it will happen. I've been a jurist in a vehicular manslaughter case exactly like that. The girl was accused specifically of doing almost 70 miles an hour in a 50 zone, crossed an intersection, supposedly lost control of the vehicle. I didn't think they lost control, it just swerved. So when he ended up deadlocking. My opinion was the girl swerved to avoid running into a guy who made a right turn on red in front of her, because he couldn't see her, or his view was blocked by a white comm box. And then she froze up, and then her friend in the passenger seat actually turned the wheel back to the right to get back over to the side of the street they were supposed to be on, and in the process of doing that, collided head on with the older man coming the other way. Killed him. Yeah, guess what? She was on trial. Didn't matter who we thought was, who really should have been on at the defendant's table, but yeah, she was the one they went after. He's going way too fast. I'm doing 70, and that's the speed limit. It's not like he went flying by me at like 80 plus. He's only doing, he's speeding, but not by a hell of a lot. He might have been doing like maybe 75, if that. Nothing I'd worry about, not my problem. Only becomes a problem for me if I'm doing the speed I should be doing or plan I'm going to be doing, and they can't be bothered to wait for me to finish whatever I'm doing and get out of the way. So, hey, if I'm already doing a speed limit and then a few miles an hour over or something, then if you can't handle it, it's just too damn bad. That's your damn problem. US 136 coming up. Clean and Hayworth. Now, stopping too close is very stupid too. My wife got rear-ended because I think partially because of that. She was like the front vehicle of like 3 different vehicles that got rear-ended. There were basically 2 other cars behind her, and at a stoplight down a few miles down the road from our house. And some woman was distracted driving, and her SUV had smashed into the back end of the first car. Was forced the momentum from that forced that car into the car that was behind behind my wife, and then there was enough energy left there that forced that last car to run into my wife. Thankfully, it didn't do any damage to our car, but my wife has back problems, and it did aggravate her injury. Just imagine if there had been more space between the vehicles that were stopped. There's a possibility, at least, that my wife's, that our car might not have gotten hit at all.
convicted in attempted catfishing case. Navy SEAL convicted in attempted catfishing case. A member of the Navy's elite SEAL Team 6 will spend 30 days in the brig after a panel of his peers found him guilty of attempting to catfish a woman, Navy Region Mid-Atlantic spokesperson Beth Baker said Friday. Special Operator First Class Aaron Howard also will be reduced to Petty Officer Second Class and forfeit $500 from his pay for 3 months, Baker told Navy Times. Military prosecutors originally accused the highly decorated Howard of posing as two different people, including a nutritionist hired by the command to entice 3 women into sharing sexy snapshots of themselves over text messages, popularly called catfishing, in summer 2017. The women included 2 civilians and an aircrew survival equipmentman second class. But charges of indecent conduct and requesting and receiving the nude photos under false pretense involving the petty officer were dismissed, and the military jury also found Howard not guilty on charges of indecent conduct and that he requested the snapshots from a female civilian under false pretense, Baker said. Howard's civilian defense attorney, Michael Waddington, said no nude photos were presented as evidence during the 4-day trial at Naval Station Norfolk. Howard's military defense counsel, Marine Capt. Douglas Germano, said the prosecution sought a sentence of 18 months behind bars and a dishonorable discharge. Germano said he was glad that the jury recognized Howard's service to his country by delivering a verdict that will allow him to seek a medical retirement. Reading a prepared statement before his sentencing, Howard, 34, indicated that he needed medical care for the hidden wounds of war, including post-traumatic stress disorder, hearing loss and traumatic brain injury. Times. Fear of missing out. Sign up for the Navy Times Daily News Roundup to receive the top Navy stories every afternoon. Thanks for signing up. By giving us your email, you are opting into the Navy Times Daily News Roundup. He also spoke about being punished and humiliated since the investigation began, including being sent to Naval Air Station Oceana, where his duties included scrubbing toilets. The leadership banded together and formed a wall of silence, Howard continued. Anyone that spoke on my behalf was considered a traitor to DEBRU. My friends confided in me that if they stepped forward, then they were no longer welcome at the command. This hurt me more than anything. Sexting, salacious snapshots, inside SEAL Team 6's spoofing scandal. It's the latest imbroglio to embarrass the SEALs, the elite special operators once lauded as silent professionals, who eschewed the shenanigans that snagged headlines. Mark D. Faramanjov Cizulovich. July 26, 2019. In pretrial motions, Waddington alleged that the case against the operator was tainted by unlawful command influence, a problem plaguing the Navy's criminal justice system, according to a comprehensive review released last month by the Sea Service. A Navy lawyer who assisted on Howard's defense team was removed from the case last summer after a conflict of interest arose, Waddington previously told Navy Times. According to an October 2 motion seeking to dismiss the case, that attorney, Lieutenant Joseph Dowdles, would have had to testify as a witness, as well as against his chain of command, over assertions that leaders pressured him to show restraint in the case. Waddington also alleged in earlier motions that the case against Howard was tainted by superiors who called him an idiot who cannot be trusted, after he hired legal counsel in early 2018, and that the team's senior leaders discussed details of the SEALs case during a mid-2018 all-hands call. At this meeting, it was put out that SO1 Howard was guilty and SEALs should not help with his case, according to an August 2 motion. Stung by a string of scandals, the Sea Service urges legal reforms. The Navy will launch an oversight committee to make sure the changes are carried out. Courtney Mabius. January 10. Howard joined SEAL Team 6 in 2014 and was named its Sailor of the Year 2 years later. He received a Bronze Star with Valor device for heroics on the battlefield for exposing himself to small arms fire so teammates could evacuate 2 critically wounded members of an unnamed partner force during a September 29, 2016 combat mission to ferret out a high-value target deep into enemy territory in an undisclosed country. Howard's case is the latest to spotlight the often shadowy world of special operators, but it won't be the last. A court-martial trial is slated this spring for Navy Times earlier this year revealed lax drug testing and cocaine abuse among SEAL Team 10 members. In July, SEAL Team 7's Foxtrot platoon got yanked from Iraq and sent home to Naval Base Coronado following a boozy Independence Day celebration that sparked allegations of sexual assault, fraternization and misconduct. Team 7's entire senior leadership was fired later by Naval Special Warfare Commanding Officer Rear ADM Colin Green. Green has become the target of several probes by the Department of Defense Inspectors General for his role in their termination, plus the alleged mistreatment of Special Warfare Operator Chief Edward "Eddie" Gallagher. In October, 4 Naval Special Warfare Command service members also were busted in Okinawa, Japan for allegedly boozy and boorish behavior. Jury, ex-Guantanamo CO obstructed justice and death of civilian worker. A sentencing date.
Alright, let's see that one. What's wrong with that? Better than dead silence, and it's something to listen to that also I don't have to worry about YouTube blocking. Also gives discussion stuff that we can talk about. Like
Article 222 of 244. New city rule tells truckers don't even think of double parking here. Streets blog New York City. This is going to change things expeditiously. In a bombshell rule change announced in a tweet this morning, the Department of Transportation revealed that starting in 30 days, commercial truckers can no longer double park if they are making expeditious deliveries. Vague, easily flouted language that had effectively made it impossible to crack down on double parking. To be clear, the importance of the rule change is buried in bureaucratic language massaged by teams of lawyers, but here are the basics. The old rule allows truckers to double park while expeditiously making pickups, deliveries, or service calls. The new law says truckers can double park for no more than 20 minutes while actively engaged in loading or unloading goods, tools, materials, or other items for the purpose of making pickups, deliveries, or service calls. The old rule had no language about trucks that block roadways. The new law makes it clear, no person shall double park a commercial vehicle when it blocks the only lane of travel in the same direction. No person shall stand, stop, or park a vehicle on a street at any time in such a manner or under such conditions as to leave fewer than 10 feet of roadway width available for the free movement of vehicular traffic. The old rule bars commercial double parking in a midtown zone bordered by 14th Street, 1st Avenue, 60th Street, and 8th Avenue. The new rule expands the zone all the way to 12th Avenue. As now, the new rule allows double parking on Sundays. See map below. The old rule would allow a vehicle or combination of vehicles to double park in Midtown if they were making expeditious deliveries. The new rule takes out the permission for companies to use multiple vehicles and also reiterates that the delivery workers must be actively engaged in loading or unloading goods, tools, materials, or other items for the purpose. Graphic. The rule change dates back to a clear lanes promise quietly unveiled by Mayor de Blasio back in October 2017. The mayor is also expected to announce more truck restrictions in the coming weeks. Cycling advocates hailed the new rules, given that expeditious trucks have forced riders into traffic, where several have been killed. This rule change validates very real public safety concerns, namely that double parking is dangerous for all road users, said Transportation Alternatives Executive Director Danny Harris. We know all too well the threat posed when people on bikes are forced out of their lane and into mixed traffic. Of course, other experts pointed out the limits of the rule change. We strongly support DOT's rule change, said John Orchid of Bike New York. But as with anything in NYC traffic law, it will only be as significant as the enforcement that follows. When Tolstoy said, "Writing laws is easy, but governing is difficult," he was clearly thinking about the streets of New York. The reference is to famed Russian author Lev Tolstoy, who serialized his most famous novel, War and Peace, in 1865, when double parking meant horses and carriages. His later nonfiction work, What Is to Be Done?, could certainly be seen as a warning about the capitalist, delivery-enabled future. But yet the village is the source of all wealth, and it is only there that real wealth is to be found, grain, and timber, and horses, and everything, he wrote. Why come to town to obtain what is in the country? Orchid's larger reference is to the city's stipulated fine program, which was created during the Bloomberg administration to reduce parking summons fees levied against trucking companies in exchange for the companies no longer contesting most of their double parking tickets under the expeditious delivery caveat. The rule change doesn't change the discount that trucking companies receive on double parking tickets, but may encourage the NYPD to write far more of them going forward. But Queens Council member Costa Constantinides, who has called for the end of the stipulated fine program, was still unsatisfied. Double parked trucks are a public safety threat we could easily quash by ending the policies that give big delivery companies a free pass, Constantinides said. The DOT's bold warning to trucks who clog our streets and create death traps for cyclists and pedestrians is a good first step. We still must end the stipulated fine program and promote overnight deliveries in dense, already over-polluted sections of our city. Streets blog has reached out to DHL, Amazon, UPS and the United States Postal Service, repeat offenders, and will update this story if we hear back. After initial publication of this story, UPS sent over the following lengthy statement. We are reviewing the new rules and the impact they will have on our business. Making deliveries in urban environments poses additional challenges for any companies involved, whether it's transportation companies like UPS or food and beverage suppliers. UPS reduces the number of vehicles on city streets by consolidating packages loaded onto trucks based on delivery time commitments and final destinations, and equips drivers with technology to choose the most direct delivery routes to reduce unnecessary driving. We also offer free services like UPS My Choice and the UPS Access Point network that enable consumers to receive their deliveries where and when they want, helping reduce redelivery attempts. Additionally, UPS has one network with one driver, rather than a separate driver who only delivers express shipments, another one who delivers ground packages to homes, and yet another who delivers to businesses. In every metropolitan area today, especially in the U.S., there's a scarcity of commercial vehicle parking, which often forces deliveries to be made in a way that seemingly conflicts with other road uses, like biking. The reality, though, is that active transportation modes and freight services do not need to conflict. The underlying issue is how cities manage the curb and how they allocate space. Simply put, the curb today in most American cities is overwhelmingly devoted to single-occupancy personal vehicle parking, which is simply unsustainable and not aligned with most cities' stated transportation priorities, like shared mobility, active transportation, safety, equity and commercial goods movement. UPS drivers are taught to park safely and legally, and be as expedient as possible on all deliveries to minimize park time. UPS is working with many cities around the world to promote new best practices in urban goods movement and to work cooperatively toward solutions that reduce environmental, congestion and safety impacts. In fact, UPS has deployed more than 30 sustainable urban delivery pilot projects around the world, including innovative uses of pedal assist bikes, including in New York City, and working together with micro depot solutions in crowded inner cities. UPS is actively exploring how it can work jointly with city officials and regulators to promote a safer, more sustainable and less congested transportation environment for all users, from bikes to trucks to pedestrians. Facebook, Twitter, Google+, email, print, share. Article 223 of 244. One of Joe Rogan's latest guests really rubbed some fans the wrong way. In a world of celebrities and politicians leading the news headlines, it's not often that newspaper writers get some media attention of their own. Bari Weiss, op-ed writer for the New York Times, does just that. Once a writer for the Wall Street Journal as well as Tablet, an online magazine for Jewish politics and culture, Weiss ruffles more than a few feathers with her controversial writing, and the opinions she expresses in interviews. Joe Rogan, Michael Schwartz, Wire Image. What does Bari Weiss write about? Looking through Weiss' long list of headlines, a pattern emerges. She takes on topics that range from Jewish culture and Israel to the #MeToo movement to politics around the world. Despite being left-leaning, her writing seems to attract ire from the left and the right, as she often makes statements that seem overly critical of the left and over-forgiving of the right. It's often hard to tell if she is expressing firmly held beliefs or just vying for attention over controversial statements. This has led her to being compared to right-wing pundit Ann Coulter. In her pieces, she has defended free speech, questioned the #MeToo movement, and overall takes an extremely hard-line stance when it comes to her opinions on Israel. Her support of free speech is so extreme, in fact, that she seems to share more in common with the far right because of her hatred of political correctness and any attempts to keep spaces free of hate speech. She also has a firm stance on cultural appropriation that is mostly unheard of on the left. In one of her most controversial pieces, 3 Cheers for Cultural Appropriation, she goes so far as to say cultural partitioning is beloved by neo-Nazis. In addition to her articles, she also recently released her first book, How to Fight Antisemitism. Yehuda Mirsky, reviewer for The Guardian, described it positively. This passionate, vividly written, regularly insightful book is her pain-fighting elegy. What do other writers think about Bari Weiss? When it comes to Weiss, opinions are mixed, at best. Vanity Fair writer Yevgenia Peretz wrote a piece on her entitled, Mad About Bari Weiss, the New York Times provocateur the left loves to hate. In it, she made mention of the controversy surrounding Weiss, and how she has been called everything from fascist to the Jewish female version of Kanye West, but largely comes out on Weiss' side, a fan even. Nathan J. Robinson wrote a piece for Current Affairs called, Why We All Hate Bari Weiss So Much, in response to Peretz's conclusions that is decidedly against Weiss. He goes over in detail just how problematic he believes her views of Israel and Palestine are, among her other problematic views. As part of the piece, he states Weiss is irritating because she portrays herself, and those like her, as martyrs who are purged for their opinions, when instead they all receive book deals and profiles in liberal newspapers and magazines. What did Joe Rogan fans think of Bari Weiss' recent interview? Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. Joe Rogan's podcast is known for having guests from all over the political spectrum, but even some fans were not pleased with Weiss' interview. One fan commented, "This is about to be the most disliked Joe Rogan episode since the last time she was on." Another fan wrote, "What a disingenuous hack, she's the worst journalism has to offer." Another joked, "She's not Bari Weiss, a play on very wise." Joking aside, many had astute observations on her hypocrisy when it comes to her nationalistic view on Israel, but how she is anti-nationalism when it comes to everywhere else in the world. Other topics of discussion ranged from her views on circumcision to the current Democratic candidates. Weiss is a fan of Young, while Rogan is in support of Sanders. Article 224 of 244. Burglars break in through roof of Victorville cell phone shop bbng.com 2 hours ago. Victorville, Caliph. bbng.com, a Victorville cell phone repair shop was burglarized last week by a couple of suspects who broke in through the roof, officials said. It happened on February 3, 2020, at the Bifixel phone, located in the 16,900 block of Bear Valley Road. At about 3:30 a.m., deputies responded to the business after receiving a report that an alarm had been activated. Sheriff's spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez told BBNG when deputies arrived, 2 male suspects had fled the location. According to Rodriguez, the suspects appear to have entered through the roof area and ransacked the business. Deputies are working with the business to gather that information and any other leads, stated Rodriguez. The investigation is ongoing and anyone with information is asked to call the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and Article 225 of 244. Mookie Betts trade will likely involve 2 separate deals between Red Sox, Dodgers, Twins, the Boston Globe. With the official opening of spring training nearing, the Red Sox, Dodgers, and Twins have broken a logjam in their negotiations and are making renewed progress towards a deal, or, quite possibly, towards 2 separate deals that would send Mookie Betts. Article 226 of 244. Snoop Dogg, I didn't threaten Gayle King, but her Kobe Bryant remarks were disrespectful. Snoop Dogg said Saturday he wasn't threatening Gayle King when he said King should back off before we come get you for mentioning Kobe Bryant's rape allegation. In an Instagram video with the caption P.S.A. from the People's Champ now carry on and be nice to others, the rapper said he's a non-violent person, and was just pointing out that King's line of questioning was disrespectful, in the wake of the NBA legend and his daughter 13-year-old Gianna Bryant dying in a helicopter crash. View this post on Instagram. P.S.A. from the People's Champ now carry on and be nice to others 100 points folded hands dark skin tone KBA 24ths. Folded hands dark skin tone purple heart yellow heart. A post shared by Snoop Dogg, at Snoop Dogg, on February 8, 2020 at 3:23 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. When I said what I said, I spoke for the people who felt like Gayle was very disrespectful towards Kobe Bryant and his family, Snoop Dogg said. Now with that being said, what do I look like wanting some harm to come to a 70-year-old woman? I was raised way better than that. I don't want no harm to come to her and I didn't threaten her. All I did was say, check it out, you out of pocket for what you doing and we watching you. Have a little bit more respect for Vanessa, her babies and Kobe Bryant's legacy. Let our news meet your inbox. The news and stories that matters, delivered weekday mornings. Sign up. This site is protected by reCAPTCHA privacy policy, terms of service. The video was referencing an Instagram post from Wednesday in which Snoop Dogg criticized King for asking retired WNBA star Lisa Leslie in an interview on CBS This Morning if she thought Kobe Bryant's legacy was complicated by a 2003 sexual assault charge. What do you gain from that? I swear to God, we the worst. We the F worst, he said in the Wednesday video. We expect more from you, Gayle, he said in the Wednesday video. Why y'all attacking us? We your people. You ain't come after F. Harvey Weinstein, asking them dumbass questions. I get sick of y'all. After insulting King with more expletives, he ended the video with "back off beat before we come get you." Bryant was accused in 2003 of sexually assaulting a 19-year-old hotel employee in Colorado. He was charged with rape, but the case was dropped after the accuser declined to testify. A civil suit was later settled. The NBA star, who married his wife Vanessa in 2001, admitted to having had sex with the woman, but insisted that it was consensual. King has been receiving death threats over her Kobe Bryant question, according to Oprah Winfrey, King's best friend. She is not doing well. May I say she is not doing well because she has now death threats, and now has to travel with security, and she's feeling very much attacked, a tearful Winfrey said Friday on
The PlayStation's coming up, so see if I get pretty fast though. A video that he posted on, I don't know if it's Instagram or whatever. I actually saw the video. I didn't get the impression he implied physical harm to her. I think he just meant that he was gonna, that he was gonna get people and whatever to come after her in whatever way, whether, it was non-specific, like more, we'll come after you on social media or something along that line, for all I know. Google it, I don't have any idea what the heck you're talking about there. It's not Google that I'm listening to. It's called Voice Aloud Reader. It's an app that I use. I just queue up whatever I want into it. It doesn't have to be news articles. It can be Quora posts. It can be Facebook posts for all I care. Any kind of, or even Wikipedia articles. Anything at all that's text, I can queue it up into my reader, and it'll actually read it aloud to me while I drive. everybody into trying to say something bad about Kobe when that's not what she was trying to do. I guess the interview that got actually shown or reproduced, whatever, by the network, it was only about a 3.5 minute section or something, and I guess there was an extra 2+ minutes of interview that they didn't even show that I guess Dale wasn't happy about, was not included in it. And it sounded like Dale was pissed at her network and was going to have a conversation with her people about it this week, because yeah, they made her out, they made her, and their editing work there made her look like the bitch that Snoop Dogg basically called her. She had even said that based only on what she saw, what she actually saw posted, like she's not surprised that they took her to be that way, and she was so upset about that.
Article 227 of 244. Kobe Bryant, is it safe to speak the truth? Since the sudden, tragic death of Kobe Bryant 2 weeks ago, I've thought of the many men who, in just the past 3 years, have had their careers and reputations destroyed or seriously stained by allegations of sexual harassment or assault. Among them, actors Scott Baio, Gerard Depardieu, Morgan Freeman. In TV, Tavis Smiley, Les Moonves, Matt Lauer. Noted astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, famous chef Mario Batali, opera star Placido Domingo. Minnesota Senator, comedian Al Franken was forced to resign over harassment allegations. Some accusations are of alleged acts decades old. Guilty as alleged. Who knows? But the accusations will chase them the rest of their lives. Thus I wonder what their thoughts are on the instant and continuing posthumous deification of Bryant. 2 weeks after Bryant's death, it's still considered outrageously inappropriate to publicly state what we do know. He had a flip side. In 2003, he was forced to essentially admit his actions were unwelcomed by the 19-year-old who accused him of rape. Already a 7-year pro, Bryant, in Colorado for physical rehab, was arrested after a teenage hotel spa worker claimed he raped her. Bryant, married, admitted to having had sex with her but by mutual consent. Kobe Bryant crying while admitting adultery in front of his wife Vanessa at a press conference in Los Angeles. Source, AP. The criminal case was dropped by prosecutors when the accuser chose not to testify. The civil case was settled out of court as Bryant reached a financial agreement with his accuser. But Bryant was bound to make the following statement, which began with, "First, I want to apologize to the young woman involved in this incident. I want to apologize to her for my behavior that night and the consequences she has suffered in the last year." And concluded with, "Although I truly believe this encounter was consensual, I recognize now that she did not and does not view this incident the same way I did." After months of reviewing discovery, listening to her lawyer, and even her testimony in person, I now understand she feels that she did not consent to this encounter. Yes, just a misunderstanding. But his prepared, lawyer's approved statement was read and heard as Bryant's admission to an unwanted sexual episode. But then he just walked away from it. He wasn't even suspended by the NBA. He returned to the Lakers and thunderous applause and to Nike to sell expensive, cheaply made Kobe model sneakers. The Bryant family. Source, supplied. And 2 Sundays after his death, it's still considered a mortal, low-down, dirty sin to even hint at such a truth about a newly deceased NBA superstar. It just doesn't fit Bryant's coast-to-coast canonization. And if you dare tell this truth, look out below. His non-consensual sex victim. Why would anyone care about her? Close your eyes and ears. No, tighter. And if it's highly improper to bring up that rape case, no one will even care to recall Bryant's $100,000 fine in 2011 for calling an NBA ref a slur for homosexuals. Of course, if you don't worry about what you're called, Harry Truman, I don't care what they call me as long as it's not true, or if you have a greater regard for the truth than stir and serve myth, you wait until you're no longer able to keep the lid on a blunt, boiling truth. So here it is, Kobe Bryant was a great basketball player who loved his kids. Many of us have half of that covered. But he was not what he has become, what the nation and most media insisted he become, since January 26. For added madness, CBS Gayle King was livid that CBS chose to focus on her on-air reference to Bryant's rape case. Yep, she was caught pursuing the truth. This article was originally published by the New York Post and reproduced with permission. Article 228 of 244. Officials, hepatitis cases linked to California restaurant Bakersfield now 2 hours ago. Long Beach, Calif. AP, California health officials say they have confirmed several cases of hepatitis in customers who ate in the same restaurant in Long Beach. Health officials tell KABC TV that the patients ate at 555 East American Steakhouse on or around Deck 24. The department did not disclose how many cases were diagnosed. Officials say the source of the illness is still under investigation. Hepatitis A can be transmitted through consumption of contaminated food or water. Officials say the restaurant's management and staff are cooperating with health officials and there is no continuing risk to the public. Article 229 of 244. 2 people stabbed in Victorville Sunday night, BBNG.com 7 hours ago. Victorville, Calif. BBNG.com, authorities are continuing to investigate an alleged stabbing at an apartment complex after 2 people were reportedly stabbed Sunday night. At about 6:30 p.m. on February 9, 2020, deputies from the Victorville Police Department and emergency crews were dispatched to the Andalusia Luxury Apartments located at 13,523rd Avenue in Victorville. Upon arrival, the Victorville Fire Department requested 2 helicopters. One helicopter landed at Desert Valley Hospital and airlifted a female. The second helicopter landed at Victor Valley Global Medical Center, however, it's unknown if the patient was airlifted. Sheriff's spokeswoman Cindy Bachman told BBNG, it was reported that 2 people had been stabbed and the injured subjects were transported for treatment. The circumstances surrounding the incident are unclear at this time. The investigation is ongoing and no further details were immediately available. Please check back for updates. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 230 of 244. U.S. intelligence community identifies broadening array of espionage threats in new strategy. Photo illustration, Yahoo News, photos, NCSC, Getty Images. More. Bethesda, MD. The days of foreign spies focused just on stealing government secrets are long over. On Monday afternoon, the government agency created to protect the United States against foreign spies unveiled a new strategy that identifies threats from a growing number of groups and countries targeting everything from American elections to industrial secrets. While China's activities remain a major focus for the U.S. government, the new strategy released by the National Counterintelligence and Security Center, a government agency responsible for tracking foreign espionage, notes that Cuba, Iran, North Korea, terrorist groups, activists and others pose increasing danger as well. The 2020-2022 strategy, signed by President Trump on January 7, identifies areas where foreign threat actors can cause serious damage to our national and economic security and where we need to invest attention and resources. William Amanina, the director of the National Counterintelligence and Security Center, in a letter attached to the strategy. The top 5 priorities reflect this broadening focus beyond espionage. They are protecting critical infrastructure such as energy and financial services, preventing foreign spies from infiltrating supply chains to spy on U.S. systems like the communications sector, stopping rampant theft of U.S. intellectual property, shoring up the defense of U.S. elections from foreign influence, and defending against foreign cyber espionage and attacks. The strategy's focus also mirrors the arrests and indictments for...
Yeah, well, ultimately though, figuring out what I can and cannot play on here without YouTube blocking it. They're blocking my videos. And a lot of the times I have to find out the hard way of what will get me blocked and what won't. Or at least get my videos blocked. And actually the voice aloud reader here, I can queue up anything I want into it. I can play, let's see, I can play a bunch of different, news articles. I can play my Quora questions and answer posts that I like to listen to sometimes, or even answer myself on their site. You can even actually pull it, you can even tell Facebook posts to copy into there if you want to. So a really handy app, at least to me. Especially when I have it all queued up in a reading list, all I have to do is hit the play button, and it'll go one by one through the list without me even having to interact at all in any way. I'll probably do a separate video just on what the app is and kind of go through the interface on it and how I work with it and all that. Because I have been asked a few times about how what exactly are we listening to, and it's not, maybe not for everybody, but I know there are other people who have interest in it. I might even the particular content that I particularly listen to might not interest a person. The app itself and its usefulness to a person for their own listening interests might be very useful. Awesome. Yeah, it's great to hear. I do get some support on it. I do like to play a mix of different types of music too, but sometimes my moods change. Sometimes I'll listen to I'll put music on. Like actually yesterday, when I streamed my Deadhead trip up to Green Bay, I think that's which one I was doing. One of the streams I did yesterday, I think it was, I had music playing. I think it actually allowed it to stay on, even though it copyright marked the songs that were on there, but none of them actually caused the video to get blocked. And I get a lot of news notifications, for example, that'll actually go to my push notification on my phone. And so I'll sometimes pull them up, and instead of just reading them, if the headline looks like something that might interest me, then regardless of what the perspective is, if it's a topic that interests me, like, okay, Kobe Bryant. Okay, like you, I'm from Southern Cal, and I was born in, I'm a born and bred Lakers fan. Yeah, he had the blemish on his legacy, I guess you can call it that, but I've always thought very highly of Kobe Bryant personally. And also me being a retired aircraft mechanic, I have a lot of interest in the fact, just the facts about the helicopter crash, whether or not he was on it. I mean, I'm particularly interested because he was on it, but me being an aircraft mechanic, I also have a prior aircraft mechanic. I have knowledge in that area, and I have an interest in that. It's been kind of a hot topic there. I know it's been a little bit of a polarizing subject because I know actually I even got irritated with my own cousin in Georgia. his entire career. And I've always thought very highly of him as a person and a basketball player. And, and some of the things I do like to listen to or discuss sometimes is criminal justice, because I think we have a screwed up system. Yeah, that needs a lot of work done on it, and too much of it's bad because of the emotional aspect that people have. I don't know if you have any way to relate to it, but there's, let's say, if you ever had any point in time where you've done something bad in your life, it doesn't matter if you got caught by law enforcement for it or not. Maybe you just did something that you regret. To me, it's like, should you have to have a black cloud following you around for the rest of your life because that one mistake that you might have moved on from and grown into a better person because of? And that's the way our justice system is actually set up. Is a lot of times people get convicted of crimes or whatever. Some of it, a lot of it, of course, most of it's legitimate stuff they've done wrong, but a lot of times people actually do change or have to, maybe need to be encouraged in different ways to change. Or in other cases, others actually do redeem themselves naturally, but the world doesn't want to see it. But that's a whole screwed up system to me. And so I have I'm always interested in hearing that area. It's especially hearing the perspective of people who've done time. I've not done time more than 3 weeks of house arrest for a misdemeanor crime. That's it. Now it's funny how that all got me onto the whole criminal justice thing, because it is something I do like to listen to a lot. I try to stay away from politics. I don't care for politics. It's too much drama and too much polarizing garbage, no matter what side you're on. press also, and he was writing a book on the Ku Klux Klan, and he had made an arrangement somehow with some and on the TED Talk, I think is where it was. I heard this part where he was at an old basically a KKK bar. And by KKK bar, he even says in there, it's not the KKK owns it, it's just that it's a place where they tend to congregate in that area. And I guess they had two particular booths over there that were reserved for, that were always reserved for KKK meetings or something along that line. But, then I guess he and his band, I guess, performed at some venue that just happened to have a KKK member there watching. And the guy was like really praising his ability to play the piano. I was like, man, I've never seen a black man play the piano as well as you do, I'd say. And it's like, well, you've not heard of got some of the earlier black pioneers of from the 50s and all that, during the whole civil rights era, who were very prominent pianists. And so, they kind of got a rapport in a way. Now, even though he is, the guy, of course, was the KKK member, and now he's talking to a guy who's black, which you would think that, hell, why would these guys even be talking to each other? But he was totally civil about it, and the other guy was totally civil about it, from what I understood. And I guess he asked the guy asked, that's fine, and he wasn't really sure what to make of it at first, but then because he was like, I'd like to have some of my friends come over and check you out. And of course he was a little concerned about it at first, because this guy's a KKK member, and he actually wants to hear me hear my group and me perform, and he wants to invite his friends over. Like, now, great, what kind of trouble is he gonna stir up if he invites all his KKK buddies over there and they start trouble or something? But no, actually it was actually more, whatever the hell that hit, Virginia, I think it was. I guess he had made an arrangement to meet up, having an interview with this guy. He's just trying to write a book, that's it, and understand them better. Not trying to change the guy's views, he's just trying to understand them. And the KKK guy, the wizard, whatever the hell he's called, I guess was a little taken by surprise at first when he shows up at the hotel room, and it's just Daryl and I guess with his one of his employees or whatever. He was being very hospitable, had an ice bucket of sodas and stuff set up, and KKK guy, whatever, brought his bodyguard, which I guess there's some kind of name for that too, Grand Knight or so, I don't know. They talked about they almost had an incident. Well, it was civil at first, but then there was tank, I can easily make it onto I-44, but I think I can get a better price up here. I think it was like 260 something up here, and then in the 280s when I get down into the St. Louis area. So considering what it's going to cost per gallon for fuel at the areas where I actually can reach, figured I'll make the stop here. Get out of my 80, 90 gallons of fuel, I'd imagine. I don't need too much. Just really enough to get me to Oklahoma City. That's it. Let's see, I started this shift, what's that, 750 miles out from Oklahoma City. And I've done the 170 plus, a little over 170 now, so yeah, I think 80, I think even 80 or so gallons will be plenty. Yeah, Tom, you're absolutely right too. Everybody thinks the world is this whole big black and white thing, you know, and I'm not just saying that by skin tone. I also mean figuratively in their views, where it's always one side versus the other. There's no, it's like a very clear distinction in people's views or the way they are or whatever, and that's so inaccurate. There's so many different shades of gray, as they call it. They call it, you know, like the word 50 Shades of Grey. And of course, you naturally think sex and bondage and stuff because of damn books and movies, but in reality, it's tell me anything in this world that isn't that is really truly everybody's this side or everybody's that side. Everybody's actually on a continuum where they're everywhere in between one end and the other, and they aren't always. One person isn't always just on one specific spot in that continuum. They can move up and down that continuum at any time based on their actions or their views. Plenty of people out here who wouldn't hurt a fly physically, but do all kinds of harm emotionally or out of spite or whatever else. It doesn't make them any better a person. It just means you're human. It's like don't put other people down so fast when you're not so perfect yourself. a 2-hour break. And it's just over 60 miles away, or just about in the ballpark of an hour away from St. Louis. Yeah, that includes the time I'll probably be off the freeway. Makes it easy for me there. Right, I call it Zulu time because my Air Force, my aviation background. So when we documented our air we were in, we always went by Zulu time for so many hours before it has to be redone. So it's like 72 hours is normally what it is. So once we documented it, documented on the aircraft forms when it was done, then the next time we have to do one, it's supposed to be within the next 3 days. We got airplanes that fly around all over the world and go on both sides of the international date line and stuff like that, or land take off in one time zone and land in a completely different area. They can make for a nice little mess with the documentation, so that's why they use this. They just standardize it by having us document using Zulu time and that. -4, and then West Coast is Zulu -7, and then during standard time it's -5 and -8 for the East Coast. And since I'm in Central Time Zone right now, it means I'm 6 hours behind Zulu at the moment. Let's see over there to the left. It can be, I guess, but when you've done it for so many years, it's really second nature to me. It's like I say, how often do you have American friends be able to figure out what time zone, what time it is there where you're at, without having to ask you and tell you? I don't have a clue. I just remember all I have to do is remember the Zulu offset. That's it. From where I'm at to you. And so if I'm Zulu -6 right now, then all I have to do is add 6 hours to my current time, and that's where you're at. I always do the opposite. So if I was Zulu plus 6, then I would subtract 6. Not to mention, I've been there to the UK several times myself, so that's another way I always remember. Alright, it's going to be a left turn at this light, or straight ahead and then left into the driveway or something. When I see it up here on the left, I think I'm looking at the four-wheeler side of the lot or something. I can't tell. Turn in here anyway, just in case. It does look like I have a way into the lot at least, so. Okay, yeah, I got it figured out now. Just gotta make sure I know which side's the entrance side. It says exit only there, so why does that say exit only even? clean some windows here while I'm here. Come on. Quit telling me I'm gonna say, quit telling me that I'm 60 miles away, you jerk. Start mobile fueling. Litchfield, Illinois, that's where I'm at. Diesel, I don't need DEF and I don't really need reefers, so just tractor only. Okay, so not the best price in the world here. Actually pretty good still compared to other places. watch my, let me show you real quick. The way I maneuvered into the lot here, there's the reason for it. See, my headerboard is pretty close to the island right there. And I don't know if you can tell very well, but through the convex mirror there, I can see where my tandems are at in relation to the pump over there. But you can't see where the pump is, so that's where using all the mirrors to your advantage are useful. And yeah, of course, I had to set up my turn. I'm turned in a way where my tandems would try to line up as much as I could with the lane before I actually brought my tractor over here. Alright, so tandems are, header board is clear. Now tandems are definitely clear of the fuel island. I can leave. Turn on red. There might be a cloverleaf on ramp to get back on the freeway. Yeah, I still got 3:49 left on my clock, so this is great. It means it'll already be more like 5 o'clock by the time I'm low enough on time where I really have to get off the road. So the reason I say it's great is because that means there's a much better chance I'll be able to find a place to park when I do get to that point. Yeah, the only real question is, as long as I don't get too sleepy to, where I want to pull off the road sooner. But I normally I don't normally get to the point where I want to stop and get some rest until anywhere in that 4 to 6 a.m. period. Old Dominion there. Whatever it is, that's doubles. Probably Old Dominion. Let's find out in a second. having a hard time judging distance when I pass other trucks, and I'd say I'm trying to figure out how far in front of them I am before I want to move back over, because of the road salt or the hell you buzzing at me for? I'm in the middle of the lane. From the road salt and stuff or moisture coming up, splashing all over my windshield, all over my door windows and my, as well as the mirrors. And I just couldn't get the same kind of clarity. Yes. Same here. Dirty windows of any kind, I dislike. I'm sure you notice too that when you have, like say if your windshield is dirty, and it actually amplifies the effect when the sun is in your face. Or if you get any kind of lower visibility from like smog or fog or something, and it also amplifies that problem.
And indictments pouring out of the Justice Department since former Attorney General Jeff Sessions unveiled his China initiative in November 2018. Those cases are primarily focused on targeting Americans and Chinese nationals who conduct espionage for China, steal American intellectual property, hack into American systems, or fail to disclose ties to Chinese institutions like the Thousand Talents program. During the Justice Department's China Initiative conference last week, Attorney General William Barr warned against Beijing's drive for economic and technological supremacy, which he said poses an unprecedented challenge to the United States. Attorney General William Barr gives the keynote address at the China Initiative conference in Washington on Feb. 6. Cliff Owen, AP. More. while the strategy names familiar enemies like Russia and China, Ivanina and his team sought to shift the focus to defending what's important from an increasingly large and complex array of adversaries ranging from nation-states to terrorist and criminal groups whose access to technology and new tools has rapidly increased over time. The National Counterintelligence and Security Center makes several recommendations to begin addressing the weaknesses identified in the report, such as increasing partnerships between the U.S. government and the private sector, and designing new technical countermeasures against the threats. Additionally, the strategy notes that within the government, adversaries are no longer just interested in targeting agencies with a national security mission, as seen in the 2015 breach of the Office of Personnel Management by China, in which millions of sensitive personnel records were stolen. The National Counterintelligence and Security Center suggests all options should be on the table to respond to such threats. To meet the increasing challenges posed by foreign intelligence actors, the United States will need to employ whole-of-government counterintelligence and security approaches that effectively integrate offensive and defensive measures and leverage all instruments of American power, the strategy says. The strategy also alludes to a major unresolved threat in recent years, the unauthorized disclosures of U.S. cyber tools, likely a reference to WikiLeaks' publication of the CIA's digital hacking tools, known as Vault 7, as well as the leak of the National Security Agency's cyber tools through a still unidentified person or network of people calling themselves shadow brokers. Those disclosures have sparked increasing debate over whether the U.S. government should withhold information about vulnerabilities in software and hardware it discovers in order to exploit them for espionage or attacks against adversaries. In January, the NSA chose to reveal a dangerous bug in Windows 10 to Microsoft so that the company could fix the problem and protect its customers, but it's unclear how many times it has withheld such information. Though the strategy doesn't give a clear indication of how the government will come down on this debate, it appears to acknowledge the concern over such vulnerabilities, noting that they offer new opportunities for adversaries targeting the U.S. Blank. Read more from Yahoo News. Full coverage, FAQs and more. 2020 Election Center. Treasury Department sent information on Hunter Biden to expanding GOP Senate inquiry. Trump adds 6 new countries to travel ban list. Romney and Trump have a long-running love-hate relationship. The establishment isn't stopping Bernie Sanders. Are insects the food of the future? Article 231 of 244. Chinese military stole masses of Americans' data, U.S. says. Washington, AP. 4 members of the Chinese military have been charged with breaking into the networks of the Equifax Credit Reporting Agency and stealing the personal information of tens of millions of Americans, the Justice Department said Monday, blaming Beijing for one of the largest hacks in history to target consumer data. The 2017 members' license numbers and other personal information stored in the company's databases.
More than a third of the
The 4 members of the People's Liberation Army, an arm of the Chinese military, are also accused of stealing the company's trade secrets, including database designs, law enforcement officials said. The accused hackers exploited a software vulnerability to gain access to Equifax's computers, obtaining login credentials that they used to navigate databases and review records. The indictment also details efforts the hackers took to cover their tracks, including wiping log files on a daily basis and routing traffic through dozens of servers in nearly 20 countries. Equifax, headquartered in Atlanta, maintains a massive repository of consumer information that it sells to businesses looking to verify identities or assess creditworthiness. All told, the indictment says, the company holds information on hundreds of millions of Americans in the U.S. and abroad. The case is the latest Justice Department accusation against Chinese hackers suspected of breaching networks of American corporations. It comes as the Trump administration has warned against what it sees as the growing political and economic influence of China, and efforts by Beijing to collect data on Americans and steal scientific research and innovation. The administration has also been pressing allies not to allow Chinese tech giant Huawei to be part of their 5G wireless networks due to concerns that the equipment could be used to collect data and for surveillance. The accused hackers are based in China and none is in custody. But U.S. officials nonetheless view criminal charges like the ones brought in this case as a powerful deterrent to foreign hackers and a warning to other countries that American law enforcement has the capability to pinpoint individual culprits behind hacks. A spokesperson for the Chinese embassy did not immediately return an email seeking comment Monday. The case resembles a 2014 indictment from the Obama administration. Suspect China in the massive 2015 breach of the Office of Personnel Management and of intrusions into the Marriott hotel chain and Anthem Health Insurance Company. This kind of attack on American industry is of a piece with other Chinese illegal acquisitions of sensitive personal data, Barr said of Monday's announcement, adding that for years we have witnessed China's voracious appetite for the personal data of Americans. The criminal charges, which include conspiracy to commit computer fraud and conspiracy to commit economic espionage, were filed in federal court in Atlanta. Equifax last year reached a $700 million settlement over the data breach, with the bulk of the funds intended for consumers affected by it. Equifax didn't notice the intruders targeting its databases for more than 6 weeks. Hackers exploited a known security vulnerability that Equifax hadn't fixed. Once inside the network, officials said, the hackers spent weeks conducting reconnaissance. They stole login credentials and ultimately downloaded and extracted data from Equifax to computers outside the United States. The indictment says the hackers obtained names, birth dates, and social security numbers for about 145 million American victims, along with credit card numbers and other personal information for about 200,000. According to the Government Accountability Office, the investigative arm of Congress, a server hosting Equifax's online dispute portal was running software with a known weak spot. The hackers jumped through the opening to reach databases containing consumers' personal information. Equifax officials told GAO the company made many mistakes, including having an outdated list of computer systems administrators. When the company circulated a notice to install a patch for the software vulnerability, the employees responsible for installing the patch never got it. Equifax's $700 million settlement with the U.S. government gives affected consumers free credit monitoring and identity restoration services, plus money for their time or reimbursement for certain services. However, because so many people made claims, officials said some consumers would get far less than the eligible amounts because of caps in the settlement pool. Blank. Associated Press writer Nick Jesdanen in New York contributed to this report. Article 232 of 244. The Good Doctor renewed for Season 4 at ABC, Freddie Highmore TV show, TV Line. By Ryan Schwartz, February 10, 2020, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Courtesy of ABC. 7. Share this article. Tumblr. Reddit. LinkedIn. Pin it. WhatsApp. Print. The Good Doctor's vitals remain strong. ABC has renewed the Freddie Highmore-led medical drama for Season 4, TV Line has learned. Currently airing Mondays at 10/9 C, The Good Doctor stars Highmore as autistic surgeon Sean Murphy, who overcomes personal and professional hurdles while working at San Jose Street Bonaventure Hospital. Season 3 has followed the medical marvel as he navigates his third year of residency, as well as his first romantic relationship with Dr. Carly Lever, played by fringe vet Jessica Nicole. Rounding out the cast are Antonia Thomas as Claire Brown, Nicholas Gonzalez as Neil Melendez, Hill Harper as Marcus Andrews, Richard Schiff as Aaron Glassman, Christina Chong as Audrey Lim, Fiona Gubelman as Morgan Resnick, Will Yun Lee as Alex Park, and Paige Sparra as Lee DeLallo. Thus far this season, The Good Doctor is averaging just north of a 0.8 demo rating and 5.7 million total weekly viewers, in live plus same-day numbers, making it ABC's number 3 rated drama in both measures, behind Grey's Anatomy in the recently returned Station 19. With live plus 7, DVR playback, those tallies swell to 1.8 and nearly 11 million. The Good Doctor has been a cornerstone on Monday nights and is one of those special heartfelt series that fearlessly tackles inclusivity, ABC Entertainment press Carrie Burke said in a statement. David Shore's thoughtful storytelling, combined with an incredible cast led by Freddie Highmore's nuanced performance as Dr. Sean Murphy, are what have made this series a breakout hit over the past 3 seasons, and I'm excited to see where they take us next. 2020 Broadcast TV Renewal Scorecard. Launch Gallery. Added Jason Clodfelter, co-president of Sony Pictures Television, we are incredibly thankful to ABC for all their continued support and to David Shore for bringing The Good Doctor to television at the exact right moment. The show's complicated, surprising and emotional journey is the perfect prescription for right now. Glean's always handy broadcast renewal scorecard has been updated to reflect The Good Doctor's Season 4 pickup. Are you looking forward to another season? If you like TV Line, you'll love our weekly newsletter. Click here to subscribe. Add a comment. Tags ABC, The Good Doctor. Get more news renewals. X. Article 233 of 244. Philip Rivers, Chargers, mutually agreed QB won't return to team in free agency. Bleacher Report, latest news, videos and highlights. Ed Zerga, Associated Press. Philip Rivers is officially moving on from the Los Angeles Chargers after the team announced Monday that the two sides have mutually agreed to part ways. After stepping back a bit from last season, we reconnected with Philip and his representatives to look at how 2019 played out, assess our future goals, evaluate the current state of the roster and see if there was a path forward that made sense for both parties, General Manager Tom Telesco said in the statement. The team also provided a video honoring the longtime quarterback. Los Angeles Chargers at Chargers. For every minicamp practice game throw touchdown win dadgummit memory #thank you Philip. Rivers has spent his entire 16-year career with the Chargers since being drafted 4th overall in 2004. He went 123-101 in his 224 regular season starts with the team and 5-6 playoff appearances. The Chargers clearly lost faith in the 8-time Pro Bowler after he threw 20 interceptions and only 23 touchdowns during a disappointing 2019 season. Los Angeles entered the year with high expectations but finished well out of the playoff hunt at 5-11. With Rivers set to be a free agent for the first time in his career, Los Angeles has decided to go in a different direction. We agreed that making this decision well before free agency would allow everyone to put themselves in the best position for success in 2020, Telesco said. He also noted that Rivers can still compete at a top starter level. This decision comes as no surprise, as the Chargers were non-committal about Rivers' future throughout the 2019 season. Prior to a Week 17 loss against the Kansas City Chiefs, the 38-year-old said he would play for another team if needed in 2020. I plan to play football, so yes. Where that is going to be will get sorted out over the next few months, he said, per Sam Farmer of the Los Angeles Times. I've never been in this position, I don't even know when the league year starts. We'll just kind of see. He then permanently moved to Florida in December after living in San Diego since 2004. Rivers will now test the open market to find a place to continue his professional career. Los Angeles will also have uncertainty going into the offseason with Tyrod Taylor and Easton Stick as the only other quarterbacks on the roster. The team has the number 6 overall pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. Article 234 of 244. 85-year-old California man arrested in fatal hit and run after victim's husband finds car. Mercury News 3 hours ago. An 85-year-old Corona man was arrested Friday, February 7, on suspicion of felony hit and run and vehicular manslaughter after the victim's husband found the suspect's damaged car, the Corona Police Department said. Toshiro Issa was arrested about 4 p.m. while officers were examining the 2006 Lexus ES330 in the 900 block of Rebecca Way, less than a tenth of a mile from the crash site at River Road and Collis Avenue. The collision happened about 7:40 p.m. Wednesday when Brenda Jean Richardson, 48, of Eastvale, was riding her motorcycle west on River Road. A vehicle driving east made a left turn in front of her, causing the collision, police said. Richardson was thrown from her motorcycle. She died at a hospital. Her husband, Rod Richardson, wrote on Facebook that he followed vehicles into several gated communities before finding the white Lexus with damage to the passenger's side front door and sunroof. Richardson called police, who questioned and arrested Issa. Police SGT. Chad Fountain confirmed Richardson's account Saturday. My wife was the person who made everyone comfortable and happy, Richardson wrote. The person that would take all the pain before anyone was ever blamed, because she didn't want anyone else to feel hurt or resentment. Even when it was true or needed. Richardson said on a GoFundMe page that his wife was a Navy veteran. She received the nickname Pinky because she liked the color and would wave her pinky finger at passing motorcycles. I loved my wife with all my heart, the pain is horrible. She was the person I was going to grow old with that helped with all the crazy ideas. She was the feather people fell on for comfort, Richardson wrote on Facebook. Police ask anyone with information on the collision to contact Officer Jason Gardner at 951-817-5784 or jason.gardner@coronado.gov. Article 235 of 244. Coronavirus not material enough of a risk to move rates, Fed officials say. Federal Reserve policymakers say the coronavirus has not altered their outlook for the U.S. economy, suggesting that rates could remain where they are for at least a little while. In the beginning of a busy week of Fed speak, Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker and San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly made remarks noting that they were paying attention to the economic risks of the coronavirus outbreak in China. My own view right now is that we should hold steady for a while and watch how developments and the data unfold before taking any more action, Harker said in a speech in Delaware on Monday. Harker is a voting member of this year's Federal Open Market Committee. Harker said his outlook for the U.S. economy is still generally positive, echoing comments from Daly in which she described the economy as being in a good place. Daly told reporters Monday that the human impact of the outbreak should not be ignored, but emphasized that the negative effects of the coronavirus on the economy could be transitory. She said disruptions on supply chains and oil prices should return to normal if the market responds to similar episodes with previous health crises. For now, I'm watching the coronavirus carefully to see if it has any longer-term effects on the economy or deeper effects than we've penciled in right now, Daly said. But to date, none of those have materialized. Daly is not a voting member of this year's FOMC, but remains an active participant in policy debates as other non-voting Fed officials are. Fed policymakers have said in the past that they find the interest rates currently between 1.5% and 1.75% at an appropriate level, barring any material reassessment of the outlook. But comments from Daly and Harker appear to shrug off coronavirus-related concerns as having any material effect. Assuming no other changes, Daly said she was comfortable with rates where they are for the foreseeable future. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell will have the opportunity to provide more color on the economic outlook and testimony on Capitol Hill. Powell is scheduled to testify to the House Financial Services Committee at 10 a.m. ET on Tuesday and then again to the Senate Banking Committee at 10 a.m. ET on Wednesday. The Fed's next policy-setting meeting will take place March 17 to 18. Brian Chung is a reporter covering the banking industry and the intersection of finance and policy for Yahoo Finance. You can follow him on Twitter at Bunks. Fed Vice Chairman, interest rates in good place despite notable risks. Fed to pare back Volcker rule to expand bank investment and venture capital, securitized loans. Powell, hard to say if balance sheet expansion is affecting risk assets. Fed Chair Powell, coronavirus will affect Chinese economy in the short term. This is the new normal, California businesses pessimistic on Phase 2 deal. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, Smart News, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Reddit. Article 236 of 244. Truck driver arrested after cops say he records music while driving down the highway. Just when you thought you have heard it all, troopers said. By Ashley. February 10, 2020. The Washington State Patrol says that they discovered several unacceptable violations during a recent commercial vehicle traffic stop. On Monday, February 10, Washington State Patrol Trooper C. Thorson tweeted to describe an unusual instance of distracted driving involving a truck driver. He wrote, "Just when you thought you have heard it all. Trooper Trombley stopped a semi-truck driver for speeding, 17 over. After arresting the driver for suspicion of DUI, drugs, he found out that the suspect produces, records music while driving down the highway. Hashtag not acceptable." Thorson also noted that the truck driver also had a drop-down mic from the ceiling of the cab. Just when you thought you have heard it all. Trooper Trombley stopped a semi-truck driver for speeding, 17 over. After arresting the driver for suspicion of DUI, drugs, he found out that the suspect produces, records music while driving down the highway. Hashtag not acceptable pic.twitter.com/cutage1zs4g. Trooper C. Thorson, at WSPD 3 Pio, February 10, 2020. Get the free CDL Life app today. Free truck GPS parking locator, driver community, and a whole lot more. Use app. Download the CDL Life app. Free truck navigation. Download. Ashley. Article 237 of 244. Police log truck driver killed in crash caused by car's failure to yield. By Ashley. February 7, 2020. Texas police say that a log truck driver lost his life yesterday in a crash involving a passenger vehicle. The fatal crash occurred around 9:15 a.m. on Thursday, February 6, in Orange County, Texas, according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. Police say that 42-year-old truck driver Raymond Marsh was hauling a load of timber southbound on Highway 62 near FM 2802 when a 46-year-old woman in a Ford passenger vehicle failed to yield the right-of-way and turned into the path of his truck. The truck crashed into the back of the passenger vehicle and left the roadway, crashing into multiple trees before coming to a stop in a wooded area. Marsh was pronounced dead at the scene. Get the free CDL Life app today. Free truck GPS parking locator, driver community, and a whole lot more. Use app. The motorist wasn't injured. The crash remains under investigation and it isn't clear whether charges could be filed. Download the CDL Life app. Free truck navigation. Download.
I'm not going to lose
Ashley.
my life over someone else's stupid mistake.
Article 238 of 244. Arizona CEO fired after viral video shows him allegedly using racial slur against.
Someone pulls out in front of me like that, and if I have to choose between slamming into them or getting myself killed, sorry, you're getting hit. I got a family that wants me, that thinks I matter just as much to them as everybody else does. My family shouldn't be the one that pays for someone else's mistake.
Arizona CEO fired after viral video shows him allegedly using racial slur against Uber driver, Fox News. Close. Video. Uber reports more than 3,000 claims of sexual assault by drivers in 2018. Congress is pushing for bill to better protect passengers who use ride-share vehicles. Executive Director of Public Safety and Government Affairs Gary McNamara and Rep. Chris Smith weigh in. The white CEO of an Arizona fertilizer company said he was fired last week after a video allegedly depicting him using a racial slur against a black Uber driver went viral, according to reports. Hans Berglund, the former CEO and founder of Tempe-based Agroplasma, announced Thursday he's no longer associated with the company. He was captured on video January 31st allegedly using a racial slur against Uber driver and Arizona State University student Randy Clark. Lori Vallow abandoned missing children's photos, bikes, clothing in Idaho storage unit, report. Our relationships with our employees, customers and the community are the cornerstones of our success, and we are doing everything in our power to rebuild their trust and repair the harm that has resulted from this incident, Agroplasma said in a statement Thursday. Company General Manager Jeffrey Zemer was named interim CEO. A camera installed above the dashboard allegedly showed Berglund started to curse at Clark after the Uber driver asked him to sit in the back seat of the vehicle, KNXB-TV reported. Clark told the outlet he assumed Berglund read the statement on his Uber profile telling passengers about his policy that states the front seat is reserved to parties of 3 or more. He said he started the policy after he was assaulted during a ride in 2018. It's so blown out of proportion, and it's ruined my life. It's ruined my company. It ruins everything about my situation right now, Berglund told KNXB-TV. Before his interview, the former CEO also posted a video online apologizing for his behavior. Clark and civil rights activist the Rev. Jarrett Maupin held a news conference outside Tempe City Hall, near one of ASU's Phoenix area campuses, on Wednesday to demand justice. I do not accept Mr. Berglund's digital apology. It is wrapped in insincerity, and so is Agroplasma's statement on his alleged firing. Suspension and firing are two different things, Clark said in a statement, according to AS Family. I stand by Rev. Maupin and the community's demand to meet. I also am
Got the way station coming up.
Consulting with my lawyer, David Dow, to determine my rights and next steps. We want justice and we want reconciliation. That begins with transparency and Mr. Berglund and his company sitting down to meet us. Click here to get the Fox News app. Clark said Uber reached out to him earlier in the week telling him Berglund's account was temporarily placed on hold while the ride-sharing app conducts an internal probe into the incident. Discrimination has no place on the Uber app or anywhere, Grant Klinsman, a spokesman for Uber, said in a statement Thursday. What's been described as a clear violation of our community guidelines, and we launched an investigation as soon as we learned of it. The Associated Press contributed to this report. Article 239 of 244. One of Joe Rogan's latest guests really rubbed some fans the wrong way.
Okay, that one, we already had that article up earlier, so. Yeah, I'm getting close to St. Louis, and there's stuff to watch out for, so. Make sure I don't miss any turns and stuff coming up. Extended full closure on 255 from I-64 to made it impossible for me to gauge what was going on there. Semis, use right lane, slow down.
Article 240 of 244. TD Ameritrade strategist explains why millennial investors have been buying ExxonMobil. Published Monday, February 10, 20204, 29 p.m. Est. Investing. Kevin Stankovich at Kevin_Stank. Key points. TD Ameritrade's young investors were buying shares of ExxonMobil in January. One of the most bought stocks by our millennials, Chief Market Strategist J.J. Kinahan told CNBC. They feel as though with the great yield on Exxon, it might be a good play, at least for a year or so, he said. A pigeon flies over a ExxonMobil gas station on October 25, 2018 in Gutenberg, New Jersey. Kenna Betancourt, Corvus News, Getty Images. TD Ameritrade's millennial investors were attracted to a somewhat surprising stock in January, ExxonMobil. One of the most bought stocks by our millennials, J.J. Kinahan, the brokerage firm's chief market strategist, told CNBC on Monday. Kinahan did not disclose specific numbers around the purchases of ExxonMobil, but he said he found its popularity among young investors really interesting. So-called ESG investing, or strategies that weigh a company's environmental, social and governance impact, is already a more than $30 trillion market, and it's only expected to keep growing. Conventional wisdom on Wall Street is that younger investors are accelerating that movement as their worries around climate change keep them away from fossil fuel stocks such as ExxonMobil. Kinahan's comments on Closing Bell suggest the narrative has at least some tension in it. It's about the fact that they think crude oil does have a bottom, at least in the shorter term, Kinahan said, recalling his conversations with some young investors who have bought ExxonMobil shares. Oil prices on Monday dropped to their lowest level since January 2019 as the impact of the coronavirus in China persists. But more important than crude oil reaching a nadir is the stock's yield, he said. You've got a 5.6% yield, just over that, as of today, he said. They're also like, I might get capital appreciation on bonds, but even with that I'm only going to get currently 1.6%. Shares of ExxonMobil hit a 52-week low of $59.62 during Monday's session. The stock is down more than 14% year-to-date. They feel as though with the great yield on Exxon, it might be a good play, at least for a year or so, he said. BIDEO 520552. Millennial clients small net buyers of Tesla in February, TD Ameritrade. Closing Bell. Article 241 of 244. The U.S. economy and asset markets are underpinned by strong growth drivers. Published Monday, February 10, 20202, 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Opinion, Economy. Dr. Michael Ivanovich at MC Global 9. Key points. Improving foreign trade, thanks to a large cut of China's surplus, is now less of a drag on economic growth, but Washington must urgently square trade accounts with the EU and Japan. The U.S. has a unique chance to increase its non-inflationary growth potential with investments to expand labor supply and physical plant based on best practice technologies. An employee installs interior accessories inside a BMW X4 sports utility vehicle on the assembly line at the BMW assembly plant in Greer, South Carolina. Luke Sherritt, Bloomberg, Getty Images. Jobs, incomes and credit costs drive household consumption, residential investments and business capital outlays, a hefty 87.2% of the U.S. economy in 2019. Those three variables look good. With nearly 4 million people added to payrolls in the year to January, the unemployment rate was cut over that period to 3.6% from 4.4%. That is a remarkable development, indicating that, at the current level of labor supply, we have a fully employed economy. Predictably, the steady growth of labor demand has led to increasing income gains. The rate of increase of the real hourly compensation last year more than doubled from 2018, and the inflation-adjusted after-tax household incomes rose 3.4%. Personal savings were driven up by those rising jobs and incomes. As a share of disposable income, savings grew 8% last year, providing a significant buffer to maintain the household's usual spending patterns during transitory income and employment changes. Low credit costs have also made an important contribution to rising consumption and investment. Surprisingly mild inflation pressures in an economy growing above its non-inflationary potential have allowed the Federal Reserve to keep an exceptionally easy credit stance. Prices for personal consumption expenditures show an annual increase well below 2%, and the unit labor costs in 2019 remains at its current level. Foreign trade account. The first GDP estimates for last year indicate that the trade deficit on goods and services result is due to a substantial trade adjustment undertaken by China. In the course of last year, China's surplus on goods trade with the U.S. was cut 17.6%. The long overdue rebalancing U.S.-China could have been much had China imports as soon as the coronavirus epidemic is brought under control. By contrast, the U.S. is not making any progress on its large trade imbalance with the Union and Japan. 2018 and an amount accounting for nearly 30% of America's total deficit on goods trade. The trade problem with the EU and Japan is large enough to warrant an urgent policy attention. That should be a logical next step following recent trade agreements with China, Canada and Mexico. And to support a revival of U.S. manufacturing industries, Washington should insist that a rebalancing of its trade accounts with China, EU and Japan should proceed on the basis of rising U.S. exports and supplies to American markets from local production facilities. Putting all this together, the U.S. near-term growth prospects look good. Could the U.S. do better? Yes, of course, but to open up the possibility of a sustainably faster non-inflationary economic growth, the U.S. has to increase the stock and quality of human and physical capital that would raise the economy's current growth potential from 2% to the range of 3% to 3.5%, roughly the numbers we have seen during the 1990s. That would require active labor market policies, investments in education, healthcare, vocational training, etc. to connect some 95 million Americans who are currently not in the labor force with stable employment opportunities. A larger pool of skilled manpower would then need to be outfitted with best practice technologies to raise productivity growth. That would keep costs and prices at reasonable levels and make possible supportive monetary and fiscal policies. Of all the industrialized economies, the U.S. is arguably the only one to have such a wide scope for faster non-inflationary growth. Commentary by Michael Ivanovich, an independent analyst focusing on world economy, geopolitics and investment strategy. He served as a senior economist at the OECD in Paris, international economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and taught economics at Columbia Business School. Article 242 of 244. How DNA testing companies like Ancestry and 23andMe can survive. How DNA testing companies like Ancestry and 23andMe can survive. Consumer DNA testing is a bust. Here's how companies like Ancestry and 23andMe can survive. Published Sunday, February 9, 20209, 46 a.m. Updated Sunday, February 9, 20204, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Christina Farr at Crissyfair. Key points. 23andMe and Ancestry have laid off employees because of a slowdown with the consumer DNA testing market. Here's why that happened, according to genetics experts. It's not all bad news. Both companies have an opportunity to shift their business models away from wellness and ancestry and into the medical sector. A reporter examines a 23andMe DNA genetic testing kit in Oakland, California. Casey Clifford, Bloomberg, Getty Images. It has not been a good year for consumer DNA testing companies. In January, Silicon Valley-based 23andMe laid off 100 employees, about 14% of its workforce. A month later, Ancestry, which has offices in Utah and San Francisco, also cut 100 jobs, representing about 6% of its staff. The major reason for the downsizing? Simply put, consumers aren't buying as many at-home DNA tests as they used to. The first sign came in the summer, when Illumina, maker of the DNA sequencing machines that are used by Ancestry and 23andMe, acknowledged in an earnings call to investors that the category had hit a lull. CEO Francis De Souza didn't share an explanation for that but noted that Illumina was taking a cautious view of the opportunity in the near term. OraSure, maker of the spit tubes used by consumer DNA testing companies, has also seen its stock take a hit. At that time, some smaller companies were already feeling the impact. Helix, a startup that spun out of Illumina to build an app store model for DNA tests, cut staff in May. The company revealed to Bloomberg that it was shifting its focus away from consumers to population health, meaning it would work with health industry partners. A few months later, Veritas Genetics, another company focused on consumers that sold more expensive but more detailed whole genome sequencing tests, shuttered its U.S. operations. So what happened? There hasn't yet been a detailed study to understand the shift in consumer thinking around these tests. But CNBC spoke with some of the leading genetics experts and doctors, who shared a few theories. Privacy, Facebook fears, and the Golden State Killer. Don Berry, a former Illumina executive with a startup in the space called Lunadna, blames a few factors, especially privacy concerns. Consumers have seen a slew of reports in the past few years about how companies are using their personal data for targeted advertising, without their knowledge, and might be feeling particularly sensitive about their health information. Ann Wojcicki, CEO of 23andMe, has previously referred to these concerns as the Facebook effect. In her view, consumers are increasingly freaked out about stories they're reading in the media about privacy, mostly about Facebook and other technology companies, and are reacting by feeling anxious about getting DNA tests. Companies like 23andMe do make money off this information. Her company does ask for consent from users and it has publicly explained its revenue model, but a big part of its business involves its relationships with pharmaceutical companies like GlaxoSmithKline. 23andMe also has a therapeutics arm, where it is hoping to leverage its database of millions of people's DNA to develop new drugs. Making matters worse for these companies, suggests Berry, is the Golden State Killer case. Law enforcement honed in on a suspect after running DNA from a decades-old crime scene through a free online database, where anyone can upload their genetic information. A suspect was found through a distant relative who might have paid for a test via Ancestry or 23andMe, and then uploaded it into the database. The case raised all sorts of complicated questions about whether genetic information is fundamentally different than other types of data because it implicates family members and not just individuals. A tapped market. It's not that challenging or expensive. Ancestry has sold about 14 million tests, and 23andMe has sold some 9 million. But many people are wary about learning information they might not want to know, like the father who raised them isn't their biological father, or that they have a risk for a genetic disease that they can't take a pill to prevent. The cheapest tests sell for $99, and they'll cover ancestry and some health risks but lack truly actionable health information, like whether an individual might respond poorly to a drug based on their genetic makeup. The ancestry market is a finite market, said David Middleman, CEO of Othram, a genomics startup and a molecular physicist. A decade or so in, these companies are beginning to tap out the market. Middleman notes that customer acquisition costs, including ad dollars these companies need to spend on sites like Facebook, will increase over time. I think the companies know this, he said. The investment in health shows that they are working to appeal to a broader market. What's noteworthy about the recent round of layoffs is that Ancestry kept all of its employees at its Ancestry Health business. And 23andMe is still highly focused on its drug development business. That suggests that both companies are indeed hinging their future on developing powerful health applications. Slowdown isn't a stoppage. In light of that, some geneticists are optimistic about their future. First of all, a slowdown isn't a stoppage, said Dr. Albert Green, a professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School. Our research is finding that genetics is about to take its rightful place in medical. Many haven't had the education about genetics to understand how to talk about it with their patients or recommend tests that might be beneficial. But that's starting to change. For instance, 23andMe is starting to roll out new tests that can identify people's risk for chronic diseases like diabetes, called polygenic risk scores. These results could be used by doctors to help steer their patients toward making healthier lifestyle choices to people they might in their existing databases. If they succeed at that, they can forge partnerships to the medical industry. As Middleman puts it, there's no need to force people down an ancestry funnel. Green agrees, saying companies like 23andMe and Ancestry might double down on more expensive but more detailed sequencing tests that provide a lot more relevant health information. 23andMe has dabbled with those kinds of tests but has been reluctant to roll out higher priced tests while its main focus has been growth. the direct-to-consumer phenomenon will give way to a more of a proper integration of genomics into the day-to-day care of patients, said Green. What we're seeing is a course correction, and consumers are waking up to the potential limitations of a $99 test. BIDEO 1, 2601, 26. Here's what it was like growing up in the family that raised two of the most successful women in Silicon Valley. CNBC Disruptor 50. CNBC Evolve will return, this time to Los Angeles, on June 8. Visit cnbcevents.com/evolve to apply to attend. Or in Evolve, the original movies of 2019 that won a Disney blockbuster-dominated box office. Jacob Douglas. CNBC Evolve LA Summit, full panels. Watch now. Video 2229. Evolving Our Lunch, Chipotle CEO Brian Niccol at the CNBC Evolve Summit. Read more. Article 243 of 244. Kramer, here's why malls in America might not be dead after all. Published Monday, February 10, 2011, 58 a.m. updated an hour ago. Investing. Kevin Stankovich and Kevin_Stank. Key points. CNBC's Jim Cramer said he's rethinking his negative view toward the fate of American shopping malls after Monday's Simon Property Taubman Centers deal. I came away saying, I guess I'm just too negative on the thing I'm most negative about. The future of the mall, the Mad Money, Post said. Shopping malls have faced declining foot traffic as consumer preferences shift toward e-commerce and strip malls. BIDEO 2, 5802, 58. Jim Cramer explains why he thinks shopping malls may not be dead after all. Squawk on the street. CNBC's Jim Cramer said he's rethinking his negative view toward the fate of American shopping malls following Monday's announcement that Simon Property Group was buying rival Taubman Centers in a $3.6 billion deal. I came away saying, I guess I'm just too negative on the thing I'm most negative about. The future of the mall, Cramer said on Squawk on the Street. Taubman stock closed up more than 50% as Simon agreed to pay $52.50 per share, which was a 51% premium to Friday's close. That pushes Taubman shares in the green for the past 12 months. Simon, up 1.45% on Monday, is still down over 20% in the past 12 months. If you had told me this morning that a large mall company would buy another mall company and double down, I would say that would be fanciful, the Mad Money, Post said. Yet I wake up to a deal that I didn't dream of. Cramer noted that Simon is part of a group that recently reached a deal to acquire Forever 21, the mall-based fashion retailer that filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection last fall. He also pointed to news that Sycamore Partners was nearing an agreement to acquire Victoria's Secret from L Brands. Like Forever 21, the intimate apparel retailer is often located in shopping malls. Those two moves, while still not final, along with Simon's acquisition of Taubman, run counter to the belief that shopping malls inevitably face continued decline in a period of shifting consumer preference, Cramer explained. Consumers have increasingly favored buying products online or at strip malls where it is easier to quickly enter, shop and then leave. But some high-end mall operators have found ways to fend off the decline, offering luxury tenants and other amenities to lure in shoppers. Over the past 10 years, we have seen the heightened value and improvement of the best centers, and a substantial deterioration of everything else, Taubman COO Bill Taubman told CNBC in December. What was good is even better, and what is not good has gotten much worse. Shoppers walked through the mall at Short Hills Shopping Center on Black Friday in Short Hills, New Jersey, U.S., on Friday, November 29, 2019. Gabby Jones, Bloomberg, Getty Images. Taubman owns, manages or leases 26 super-regional shopping centers in the U.S. and Asia, including the mall at Short Hills in New Jersey and the Beverly Center in Los Angeles. The company will continue to be managed by Robert Taubman, its chairman and CEO. Indianapolis-based Simon's catalog of properties includes Copley Place in Boston, King of Prussia Mall outside Philadelphia and Town Center at Boca Raton in Florida. Simon CEO David Simon said in a press release that joining forces with Taubman will allow Taubman to more easily invest in innovative retail environments that create exciting shopping and entertainment experience for consumers. CNBC's Christina Chetterberg contributed to this report. Article 244 of 244. Who deserves credit for the strong economy? The 360 shows you diverse perspectives on the day's top stories and debates. What's happening? During his State of the Union address last week, President Trump touted the strength of the U.S. economy. "I am thrilled to report to you tonight that our economy is the best it has ever been," he said. Though some may quibble with such a bold statement, there's no question that, at least by certain metrics, the economy is booming. The economy is in the midst of the longest expansion in American history, as it continues to grow from the worst days of the Great Recession. Unemployment is at the lowest rate in 50 years, and the stock market has spiked to record levels. A strong economy may be the most potent argument Trump has as he campaigns to win a second term. Even though a president's influence on the economy is limited, voters tend to reward them when it's strong and punish them when it's weak. The last two incumbents to lose re-election, George H.W. Bush and Jimmy Carter, were defeated during flagging economies. Why there's debate. Trump's supporters say he deserves praise for the historic highs the economy has reached since he took office. They credit his trillion-dollar tax cut and the trade battles with China, Mexico and others for boosting investment and creating jobs in the U.S. Trump's detractors say the gains made in the past 3 years are merely an extension of the progress Barack Obama set in motion. Not only did Obama prevent another depression, they argue, but he also built a solid foundation on which the current economic expansion has grown. Others say Trump has weakened the country's long-term prospects by cutting taxes and increasing spending to create a short burst of growth that will ultimately destabilize the economy. Another group rejects the idea that the economy is doing as well as it may seem. Most of the gains have been experienced by the wealthy, while the working class has fallen further behind, they argue. What's next? Though the economy is still growing, the rate of that growth slowed last year to the lowest levels in the Trump presidency. Whether that's a sign the economic upswing is reaching its peak is unclear, economists say. Economies can't grow forever, and another recession will come eventually. Perspectives. Supporters. Trump deserves credit. The Trump administration's policies have finally produced the economic benefits that American workers should have experienced coming out of the recession but did not. Andy Puzder, Washington Post. Trump's policies have directly led to economic growth. Those things aren't good luck or accidental. They're the results of capitalism and a Republican president who passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and removed job-killing regulations that were stifling the business sector under the prior administration. Adriana Cohen, Fox News. Voters recognize Trump's positive influence. Trump's policies have sparked the greatest economic renaissance America has seen in decades, and no amount of political spin can conceal that fact from the millions of Americans who are better off today thanks to his efforts. Julio Gonzalez, South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Obama gets too much credit for the recovery. Barack Obama inherited an economy with nowhere to go but up, and what followed was the slowest recovery since World War II. President Trump inherited an economy theoretically overdue for a recession and already returned to what economists considered full employment. Tiana Lowe, Washington Examiner. Critics. Trump is riding Obama's momentum. Overall, the economic metrics Trump beats his chest about are continuations of trends that started during the Obama administration, suggesting that the country has been climbing out of a recession for many years, not that Trump's policies were necessarily transformative. Harry Cheadle, Fox. Down-ballot Democrats have helped more than Trump. Poverty rates are falling not because of GOP tax cuts and the resulting ballooning of both inequality and the federal deficit, and not because of deregulation that makes the environment dirtier and workplaces less safe. They are falling mainly because Democratic-controlled cities and states are raising the minimum wage in the face of federal inaction, and are looking for ways to increase access to health insurance. Sasha Abramsky, The Nation. The working class is being left behind by Trump's policies. The economy is not working for average Americans. Rather than helping, President Trump has broken his promise. When facing a choice, he has regularly chosen the rich and powerful over middle-class Americans. Kristen Weller, Forbes. Trump's short-term thinking has weakened the economy going forward. It's hard to see how the short-term sugar high can come close to balancing the long-term costs of ignoring climate change, the large budget deficits and the trade war. Actually, not hard. Impossible. Alan Blinder, time. It's complicated. Neither Trump nor Obama deserves full credit. Presidents always get more credit for good economies and more blame for bad ones than they deserve. Alan S. Blinder, Wall Street Journal. The economy isn't as strong as metrics make it look. Suicide rates are at a record high in the post-World War II era, and more Americans die every 2 weeks from drugs, alcohol and suicide, deaths of despair, than died in 18 years of war in Afghanistan and Iraq. These deaths are symptoms of a larger economic malaise for working-class Americans that predates Trump. Nicholas Kristof, New York Times. Is there a topic you'd like to see covered in the 360? Send your suggestions to the 360@yahoonews.com. Read more, 360s. Election chaos, is Iowa just the beginning? The case for ending the Iowa caucuses. What has impeachment accomplished? Photo illustration, Yahoo News, photos, AP2, Getty Images. There are no more articles to read.
I'll skip that one. halfway point from where I start to where I'm planning to finish. So I ideally want to hit at least that distance. always park over at that adult place. Not that I plan to go inside there, but parking is parking. Then I get out and get a drink refill, then try to get another hour of driving in. Sometimes even just getting out of the truck and walking around for a little bit can clear things up, but I'll definitely not complain if I find a parking spot. See a lot of trucks here though. Your frickin' tandems are in my way. The lot's probably full, but we're there to check. This is why I like to drive in the middle of the night. Don't have to worry about trying to find a place to park. I mean, normally. Prime, I think there's some, then I saw, like, I think some paid spots or whatever, but no, it looks like it's, yeah, it's full, so. What I will go ahead and do is just go we'll hang out in the fuel island for a minute, and then, well, I'm going to go run inside, use the restroom, get a drink, and might refresh me enough to where I can do this last hour before I don't have a choice but to stop. Yeah, dude, slow down. Don't want that last lane because it looked like he was in front of a closed line and a closed lane anyway. I'm going with this guy here, I guess. I used to run through here, through I-44 all the time, and it's been so long since I've made any regular trips through here. I don't even remember this Lowe's being here, to be honest with you. don't remember when this one opened up. I know it's been here a while, but I don't clearly remember it being here when I used to run through here. Hour and 20 left. That's my drive clock, so I get another roughly 70 miles out of this before I absolutely have to stop. I won't be able to reach Springfield area, but maybe, let's see, I don't remember what exit number Stratford is. It being almost 4 o'clock right now, that extra hour can actually make a difference. Bernie's not just won't stop coming out. Alright, so oh, never mind. He's getting ready to pull forward right now. This guy doing a walk around on his trailer, I guess. Yeah. That's what he's doing. He's just doing a walk around. Alright, this guy is going all the way out, so I can just pull right on through and stop up here for a few while I'm inside. Try not to kick myself in a drive line by going anything more than 5 miles an hour. Alright, should be good. Alright, I shall return. We'll see you guys in a minute. hanging out here might also cause the spot to open up over here and double check. So if it is open, like I think it might be, I'll just go ahead and park here and do my 2-hour break here. Sure is. Get turned around on this wooden part. Those stupid games with big fish. Yeah, I'm in that spot there. Just got a tractor. A little too much off track there. Alright, well, since I found this spot, and I definitely feel like I could get a nap now, so. And I do have to take a 2-hour break since this is part of an 8-2 split. Take advantage of when, basically driving when I actually feel like I'm able to drive, or like I want to drive anyway, and then sleep when I actually want to sleep. So, it's a good way to run. So anyway, as you see, it's part 1 of part 2, as I titled it. So I'm going to end the feed, and when I get ready to roll back out of here, I'll start part 2 of it up and run from here to our terminal. So what have I run so far? 350. So it should be right around 300, maybe just a hair over. Maybe another about 310-ish from here to our terminal. So be a good 650, 660-ish mile shift. Definitely doable. So yeah, and then I'll end my day there. So, all right, you guys. Just keep an eye out for me in a couple more hours, and or wait till you get the notification. I'll see you guys then. All right. All right.